really have a reason why, but I don't even have to try. This feeling is here to stay. Let's keep it going all night, don't stop till we see sunlight. We've been drinking all that cheap wine all night, acting stupid but it feels so right. I know that we will all be just fine, but tonight I just wanna dance it off.
still Fire being held here, but that's him being traded out. Now it's a 1v1 situation. It's all on him. If he loses this, it is now another tied game for the round. Oh my god! They're allowing Monster to free fire and take him out. That's the Monster.
Unfreaking believable. Top of his head. You didn't see it, but he gets the kill!
Not enough to pick it up in the first time. The shot is there though. It's a massive quad, and Snowy will somehow clutter place. The shotgun goes in res onto another. It's a 3v2 stunner. Continues to shut it down, and it's all over. Mr. Pang finished the game, and there it is.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember. Remember me. I fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been. If you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me.
Hey guys, welcome back to Xenon Gaming Series. I am PhoenixBlayze and I am joined by the wonderful Klimpse. Tonight we will have Paradox White versus Team Valence. I am so excited about this matchup tonight because we've already seen a little bit of a glimpse of what we will be seeing through this matchup because I know we got to watch Valence not that long ago. But Klimpse, give us a little bit of an overview of what we can expect tonight.
Yeah, we got to watch Valence not too long ago at all, and one of the players that really shined on the side of Valence was Lemon. They had a pretty dang good performance, I would say. Next, I mean, 13-7, really good game overall, 6 assists as well. 2 plants going into the game. Really, just a phenomenal performance by Lemon. The hard support who ended up kind of carrying his team, putting the team on their back, and ended up coming out successful, I believe, in their game. We actually interviewed Lemon later on that night, right after the game. Really cool guy, and overall, uh, maybe we'll see them back at it again. On the other side, we have Paradox White. Last week, Nix and I at least had the privilege to cast Paradox Black, but we haven't seen the White roster ourselves yet. So that consists of Font, Lucero, Gare, Fizzy, and Jelly. Currently, top performers on the side of Paradox White are Font at about a 1.5 KD, really strong, showing kind of that they're kind of like the carry, they're kind of the piggyback, and not too far behind, just about even, maybe just a little bit positive on the side. It's Gare. And so I'd really like to see some of the other players, maybe some of the support players on the side of Paradox White, really step it up and make sure that they're showing their best in this game because they've got a tough opponent in Valence.
They sure do. And we already have our map bands ready to go. So we're going to go and let you guys know we are taking it to Russia. We're going right into Cafe. Very comfort map here. How do you I'm Normally we don't see a lot of these really specialty maps and stuff like that in a regular season. Most teams kind of tend to hold those in their back pocket until things get a little bit more intense during playoffs. But with the new operators in play, do you think we're going to be seeing anything different tonight, Clips?
Uh, Maybe a little bit. I definitely think we could see some Azami played. It depends on how the bands really roll out, though. We don't know if there's going to be my band and Azami band. Azami seems to have started to become a more prevalent operator, banned more and more and more in Pro League and EUL. I think she was banned twice today, showing that she really is a very strong operator in the NAL. Just the last couple of days, again, being banned a decent amount. Azami's a really strong operator, and if you're not bringing her, you're almost doing it wrong. And she's changing up the meta, shaking up the meta on a map like Cafe. There's a lot of soft destructibility that can be negated by the Azami. Think about the bunker bars on Bar Cocktail site, right? Throw an Azami gadget on there, and now you can't get shot through that. You can't get sprayed through that. That means it's extra safe cover, extra safe protection. Maybe on the bar as well. You might be able to block off angles from the skylight. There's a lot of different creative ways you can use the Kiba barrier as a gadget to block those lines of sight, especially on a map like Cafe, which has a lot of windows. So we got to make sure that we're staying away uh, from that. So I would assume for her to be banned, but if she is left up, expect to see her be played a lot.
And I've seen a little bit of gameplay happen with Sens as well. That operator and the ROU, I like to call it the little projector ball. I've seen it played specifically on bar by Braxton of all people. He actually threw the gadget up on top of the bar and was able to create a protection angle from any type of skylight. Like he actually was, it's hard to explain. So he threw it from skylight onto the bar. It rolled across the bar, and it provided him just that tiny little second of coverage, so he could actually drop down through skylight. So there's a lot of potential for new things to happen with Cafe. But with that being said, we are all ready to go and to get this match started. So let's go ahead and take it away to Cafe so we can get these operator bands started.
Rolling on into Cafe. I'm expecting a Thatcher ban. That's usually kind of the default thing we see. I don't think last week though. I think we saw a little bit of Thatcher play actually, but I think Thatcher is gonna go away. I don't think they're gonna have the luxury. Flores coming off the board first though. Not a surprise. A really strong and versatile operator on this map. There's so much soft destruction that can be done with Flores, and it's basically makes it so hard to defend. When there's that pixel position to be played, or if you're trying to play in the humidor shop of Cigar. There's a lot of different things that you can do. Thatcher coming off the board as well. Not a big surprise here, Knicks.
Yeah, Thatcher's kind of a staple. If you're not banning him, you better know how to use him, which unfortunately we did see in previous cast. It was not used to its potential, but the Valkyrie is going to come off the board by Paradox White. Very smart pick here, just because you can put those black eye cameras almost anywhere on the map, especially if you know how to hide them in those great little spots where they can't be seen. But now we're down to our last ban, which is going to be, drumroll please, the Kaid. Usually when a Thatcher goes off the board, so does one of our electric operators as well. So we will see Azami on the board and hopefully used tonight.
Hey, definitely a little bit of a puzzling ban. I really think that Cade on Cafe isn't that strong. There's a lot of ways to negate those Kaid claws and be able to take care of that utility. And the only site that Cade really is good for is the kitchen site. And if you're banking on that to be the site that you're going to win always, you better always win that on defense. Otherwise, if that's not your plan, you're not doing the right job. It's just so easy to clear that utility. And if you struggle on attack, sure, maybe it's a good idea to ban that. But might give you a little bit of an extra option, so forcing yourself to kind of go to the top floor or just bring a Cali and clear it. There's a lot of different ways that and options that you really could do it. But Cade being off the board, I think that there's just better utility that could go away. Even Castle, I mean, look at the defensive setup that's being brought by Valence. They're bringing this Castle, and they're going to set up in the humidor shop. They're probably going to have the mute playing in that small cigar box, waiting for players to drop down red with the M590 ready to blast them away.
Yes, and our first bomb site is going to be Bar. Bar is a very big staple here. We do see a lot of people play this and play it often, but I'm seeing a little bit of an interesting setup. I don't know if you saw the hatch in Humidor was reinforced and had a shield on top of that. That's not something we normally see, so that's going to be a nice little treat to see a different type of strategy played here. But it does unfortunately look like Valence did not quite get their setup all the way done during the prep phase. This could be detrimental because if you're caught without all of your setup together, you aren't paying attention to the team that is about to attack you. And by not doing that, you could get, caught with your pants down, unfortunately, and be caught in a corner and possibly get picked off very early. So that alibi, that was a little bit rough there. But as we can see, the attack is going to start being pushed, and it looks like the typical red hatch push.
Well, I want to talk about something I noticed while you were talking there, Nix, is look at the drones that are already gone. 5 of the drones, I think, were shot in prep phase. Maybe that's why it took them so long to actually set up the bomb site. Maybe it took Valence that long is because they were too busy shooting all of the drones of Paradox. That's so much utility information that's gone. You also have the mute jammers that are in play, which are going to help prevent drones from getting into the site, gaining that intelligence. And look at the crucial mistake that's been made by Paradox. They didn't even shoot the default cam on Cafe. There's so many bad steps being taken by them right now, and they're basically forfeiting the round of Valence. If Valence doesn't pull away with the win this round, they've done something extremely wrong.
Oh, and first kill comes out on the board. Double kill off the board right there. Unstoppable is going to be taking down people. Psychics is going to start taking down even more people. This is why you don't send multiple people down red hatch once one dies. It is recommended to you. You probably are going to need to rotate. But we're going to see Unstoppable here on the white stairs. He's going to be patiently waiting for that player to possibly poke their head out. This could be disgusting if it's played properly. But unfortunately, Paradox White is having to scramble to figure out exactly how they're going to play this, and it is now down to a 5v1. These are the situations you don't want to get caught in the first round of a match, and Valence is going to come out of here with a flawless round and not taking a single ounce of HP damage.
That was definitely a questioning round for me, Nix. I mean, Paradox to start off a round, the first round of a game going down 1-0. Maybe Valence had some incredible counter stratting going on. Maybe Paradox White played this map last week. I'm not really too sure, to be honest, but it doesn't matter. I mean, to get 5-0'd flawless round on the first round of a map is very telling for how this game is probably going to go, Nix. It's just very poor play on the side of Paradox. They threw all their drones away off the bat. They didn't know what to push. They didn't have any plan of action to clear out the mute from playing in the humidor. You didn't have any plan of action to really clear anything. You just kind of dropped and ended up dying.
And that's bad. You need to have a plan of action. The IGL on the side of Paradox White needs to figure out, what is our plan? How are we going to take out this mute? That is step 1. Then step 2 is getting in the cigar shop, getting in the piano. Then step 3, getting into the bomb site. And they need to take that type of process to actually find their way in, rather than just throwing off their intel in the prep phase.
And see, what's hilarious is you and I were, kind of sitting there thinking for a second, with all these drones that were taken out quickly, and with the fact that Valence didn't set up quick enough, that could have been a detriment, but it seems like it wasn't. It seemed like taking out those drones was the smart call. It denied a lot of information that Paradox White could have had in order to push it properly. Luckily, they did take out the default cam this time, so I have to applaud them on that for remembering that. But we are going to see what looks to me like a 4-1 split push. A 4-1 split push is essentially we take 4 men and they're going to go one direction, you have one kind of going off for a flank. That can be a little scary, especially when you have somebody like Unstoppable trying to get those early spawn peaks. So one typical thing with Cafe that I do want to point out is there's really only one place that you're going to be constantly pushing. You're either going to push site directly, or you're going to be pushing that red hatch and trying to put everybody down that red hatch. It's kind of a centralized area for pushing, but it's also a great place for people like Mass to hide and get early kills.
It's taking such a long time to get in the flippin' building, though. Paradox, guys, you got only 3 minutes in the round, and right now you're wasting already a minute just to be able to drop the hatch. It does work out in their favor. Jelly is able to get the first frag as the drone finally is able to spot out Unstoppable. That player that you mentioned, Nix, was looming and trying to get that early pick. It now flips on its head like a top. It turns and spins, and all of a sudden, Paradox have the advantage going into this round, but has Unstoppable, has the side of Valence wasted enough time upstairs, which might end up influencing the later round impact this game.
Now, what we're going to have to see here is some coordination out of Paradox. They're going to have to start pushing, and they're going to have to start having very, very solid communication. Moving into almost a minute left in the round, this is where things generally tend to speed up. We have almost the entire team of Paradox White on top, ready to go, ready to drop a hatch, but it seems like there's not quite coordination. You can kind of see these players just running around almost like chickens with their heads cut off. So I don't know if they're trying to play default, or if they're actually, have a strat here that they're playing. But we did see the Hibana. The Hibana is attempting to get that hatch open, so hopefully they can drop it. With 45 seconds left here in the round, this could be intense. Gonna have to get the intel from that 0 in order to start pushing this. 30 seconds.
I'm a little puzzled by the way that this defense is, or the attack is happening, rather, because this defense is extended into the VIP section. If you try to drop that hatch, Psychics has a great angle to negate any of those players going in. Right now, there's only about 20 seconds left. Lemon's going to take a good amount of damage, and Paradox needs to start transferring this attack into the bomb site, but it seems like they're puzzled of how they want to enter the site. There's only about 10 seconds left, and they need to get this execute rolling as they try to open up the red stairs wall.
Unfortunately, this is not going to fare well for Paradox White. They're essentially going to be running out of time here. They have an entire team that is trying to push site, and unfortunately, because of their lack of confidence and ability to push cohesively as a team, they ran out of time, and round number 2 goes directly to Valence. And I hate to say it, Klimpse, it was a well-deserved win.
It was. I mean, Paradox just played it so poorly. They had a great job on the first pick, at least, but it took them way too long to get into the building next, to be honest. I mean, to drop the hatch at a minute into the round already, you should be boots on the ground in 30 seconds or so. Chief, who's actually a good friend of mine, good friend of Nick's as well, he always tells me, he used to coach my collegiate team, and he would always tell us, you need to have boots on the ground, get down that red hatch, get that information, 30, 45 seconds. No more than that. And it took 15 seconds longer. You have 3 minutes to attack. That's all you get. It takes at least 15 seconds just to run up to the building and get to the roof and get a drone out and open those hatches. It takes at least 15 to 20 seconds. So if you're not as efficient as you possibly can be with pre-placing drones and trying to make sure that your information is out there, which it doesn't seem like is really happening right now from the side of Paradox, it's not going to look good. And right now on the side of Paradox, they look really sloppy with their droning, their entries, their attacks. They didn't even work on the VIP extension. They just tried to force red stairs. Seems like the late play happened. And there were some players that were kind of hanging out upstairs. The Finka you saw, just kind of staring at the walls, trying to get the sludge to open some angles, and ended up really doing nothing objectively. And if you're doing nothing as a player to help your team with the push, then something's wrong. Something's really wrong with your team when you're your IGL.
I agree with you 100% on that, Klimpse. If your IGL isn't directing that push and you're not listening to them, what's the point of having that IGL at all? But we are going to see, we're on round 3. I believe we are back at bar. Unstoppable is trying to be unstoppable again as he's being sneaky and attempting to get these nice little early picks. But unfortunately, Unstoppable, not everybody pushes Skylight. Most people push Red Hatch. Which I will say, one thing I would like to see from the side of Valence is I would like to see a little bit of C4 action here. We do have two C4s on the board, but none used. Mass is going to take out Font. That's going to be the Finka. That is the most detrimental player you could lose in the first, essentially, minute of the round.
Well, the balcony is a really dangerous place to repel on when you're trying to repel Piano. You saw Mass just run out of the train window, or mining window, and, I mean, it was pretty easy there. You can't really turn around and shoot that guy because you're so focused on the clash that's in Cigar and in Piano. And right now, they're trying to do their best. Paradox here, trying to figure out what their best plan of action is to take care of this clash. But Gare's going to throw a nade. That's probably going to get caught by the Midas. It does. Gare able to shoot it, but it doesn't matter because it stops from that grenade going to its intended target. Now that those nades have been used up by Gare, guess what? There's almost no way that this clash is going to fall without pulling out her own gun, maybe to her own avail. But it doesn't matter because they're getting wiped out right now. 2 big frags, not a lot of drones, not a lot of intel left. And Blabs and Gare need to try to figure out how they want to save this round.
I don't think this round is savable at this point because it's a 4v2. We're down to 55 seconds left here in the round. Gare is doing his best on red stairs. He's being patient, but being pushed by, unfortunately, that clash. She has a shield. You're not going to be able to do much there. They know exactly where you are. They're going to start pinching you here. Gare, you are 1 HP in a dream, and I don't think that we're going to see anything here as Lemon's going to immediately swing because he knows essentially Gare's one shot, and that's round number 3 in the favor of Valence. This is where things get really hairy on the side of the mentals. We do see most teams take a timeout by now when they're, they've lost 3 rounds, but I don't know what's going on with Paradox White tonight. I don't know who their IGL is. I don't really know what their purpose is because we've been seeing them run around like a bunch of crazy kids in ranked.
Seems like Cafe was the wrong map to go to. And guess who banned the last map? It was Paradox. They banned Oregon. They stopped from going there, and they could have gone to Oregon, a map that's much more simple, and everyone kind of knows what to do. And it seems like on Cafe, they don't know what to do. They don't know how to dismantle these Valence setups. These are very common setups that you usually will see in higher tier comp. But right now, it's just not being played. It's not good enough right now, and Paradox are just not able to figure out how they want to contain these defenses and how they want to try to break them apart. Seems like they don't really have a plan of action instead of just run in and try to go shoot and make something happen. There's nothing happening right now. Their entries aren't doing anything. Font, right now, their best performing player, 0 kills to their name, and that's not helping. So they need to start stepping up. The entire Paradox team needs to step up, and their IGLing needs to get better so they can figure out how they want to start winning some rounds.
I do want to point one very, very important thing that we've neglected to talk about. This is only the attack side of things for Paradox. I want to point that out because a lot of teams do have the ability to kind of pull things back once they switch sides. There's actually, a couple teams out there that use a defensive strategy where they will take, go down rounds and then bring it back on defense because that's what they're good at, get the bad mentals out early so that way you can start rocking and rolling once things, start moving forward. So we don't know how this team's going to be playing defensively, but we are seeing the exact same setup on the side of Valence. However, this is where things went so awry for Paradox White because we saw person after person dropping through that red hatch and person as a person dying.
They left the default cab up again, Nick. There's a whole mess going through this run, and I could talk about it for days. Unstoppable able to run out the bakery door. That's an easy frag on a Font. No way Font is able to spin their head around. But look at the operators being brang by Paradox. I mean, they brought a Jackal What are you roam clearing? You're on the top floor. You're attacking the top floor. Maybe for a kitchen defense, absolutely bring that Jackal. It's amazing. But are you just picking Jackal for the gun? Because to attack this site, you need so much utility. You need to make sure that you're able to clear that guy out of Humidor. You want to go into the cigar windows. You want to open those castle barricades. Make that player uncomfortable. But it doesn't matter because they just keep trying to take these gunfights. They have no plan for the utility. And instead, Paradox is trying to force these gunfights, which they just lose because they're not set up to succeed. Because guess what? Valence is in their home territory. They're in their home ground. They're comfortable with what they have, and Paradox isn't. And so Valence is always going to win those gunfights if they're comfortable.
And comfortable is what we're seeing, because now we're down to the 5v2 situation. This isn't something totally undoable, but when you're not even in the building, it becomes near impossible. You have two players that are essentially sitting here just repelling, not really doing anything, but Lemon is going to take out one player, and we're going to see such amazing coordination from Valence. They essentially take out those last two members of Paradox Way at the same time, but it does look like Paradox has finally opted to take their time out. This is critical. We're moving into round 5. What do you think Paradox is talking about in their timeout?
Well, I think it's about time they take a timeout, Nix. I mean, it's been pretty rough going here. Nothing happening on the side of Paradox. Their operator choices are just awful, really, for what they need to get done. It seems like their IGL isn't guiding them to do what they need to do. Like they don't have an idea of how they need to clear out these extended defenses on the side of Valence. And these are pretty basic, Nix. I mean, these are things that you should see in scrims, in practice, in Pro League. You see setups like this, and I'm not sure what's going on, but Paradox doesn't seem very prepared for a map like Cafe, and that could just be down to maybe they haven't played it as a team. Maybe they're a newer team. They're trying to work out some kinks. But if you're doing that, why do you ban Oregon? Why do you ban a map that everyone knows how to play? Everyone knows how to play Borgen. That's why it's called Borgen, because it's the same thing. You can do some interesting things with it, and you can make it new and do whatever you want. But why hinder yourself in the map ban choice? And that's what it really seems down to. Is it seems like that Paradox are losing this game because of their map ban choice, and it's showing. I mean, they've lost 4 rounds straight, and really they've been pretty decisive rounds. Valence has just looked unstoppable, and unstoppable 6-1. I mean, looking unstoppable as I'm saying, because I can't stop saying the word unstoppable, because right now that's what they are. They're unstoppable. Like, Valence isn't getting shut down. There's no answer to what Valence is doing, and Paradox is going to start looking for that answer, and hopefully that tac timeout is going to help out.
Hopefully it will, and we are seeing a little bit of a possibly different setup here from the attack side of things. Now, this is going to essentially be one of the last 2 rounds that they're going to have on attack before we flip sides. So Gare is going to be bringing out the Osa. Osa, wonderful pick. I know you and I, Klimpse, we've talked about Osa in the past, where Osa has that ability to not only be a gunner, but has those shields that teammates can use as well. But if they're smart, they're going to know that their opponents can use that shield placement as well. So they need to be a little strategic about where these things are going to go down.
I'm hoping that the plan is for a direct bakery attack. I hope that that's what Paradox is going for, because if they're going for a top-down roam clear, kind of like what they did last time, and they didn't bring the Jackal, it just seems silly. Like, silly choices are being made. Font with a good pre-placed drone of their own into the reception area, kind of by that coat window. But look at what's wrong here, right? What's wrong with the picture, Nix? Guess what? The entry is droning themselves in. Font has no help, so guess what? If Font takes a gunfight and dies, there's no refrag ability. And that's the problem with Paradox right now. They are not playing for refragging themselves. I mean, look, again, all of their drones are already starting to diminish. There's 5 drones off, and it's only been a minute into the round. Now the Osa shield is lost, a lot of damage done, and this bakery defense is starting to become a real big problem on the side of Paradox.
We literally see all 4 players trying to push bakery door right now. This is not smart at all. You have 4 players that one very well timed run out could do some damage. I'm gonna say it time and time again. We're watching essentially a bunch of chickens running around with their heads cut off. They don't know what they want to do. There seems to be no cohesive push. There seems to be no cohesive idea of what's happening here. they already know that somebody's going to be playing that prep and bakery area. So yes, you need to rotate. You need to kind of like pick a better thing to do. Font's going to get Mass off, which is great because Mass has been pretty much one of the top performers on the side of Valence. But Lemon only has 2 kills, but traditionally has been one of the top fraggers for Valence. I still don't think we're going to see much of a difference, round count wise.
Look at the lack of intel that's with the side of Paradox right now. They have no idea about Unstoppable, who's just been sitting here at the bottom of the brown stairs, able to net a frag on a Lechero. Font now stuck in a rock in a hard place, just stuck in the corner here. Tries to get some shots, not able to land them through the door frame. However, Gare does respond back, taking down the Wamai, which gives Bakery control to the side of Paradox, rather. Instead, Sidekick's able to respond again with that and takes down the Fink. And now only the Hard Breacher and the Osa left. The Osa on about 40 HP, which is a lot of damage considering how much and how important that operator might be when they have to cover the plant for this thermite. But it doesn't matter because Lemon's going to get really aggressive. Swing out with the shotgun. Downs, but not out for Gareberry. Effectively, a 1v3 is going to take place. The Hard Breach player, Flab, is not sure what to do. Psychics, who was on Whiskey Bar, all of a sudden rotates upstairs, holds his prep angle, and shuts down the rest of the attack. Really well done by Valence, and again, there's so much util being thrown by Paradox. I mean, they threw everything they had, basically, at the bakery guy. Guess what? The Wamaitis still caught the grenade that they had because of the smart play by the Wamai, and ended up, basically, they effectively lost all their util for what they were trying to get and never got it anyway.
Yeah, and just kind of to echo back on something that you were saying earlier in that round was what we're seeing from Paradox White looks like a lot of very fundamental mistakes. These are mistakes that you need to fix very early on when you're forming a team just in general. So things like droning. You can't have your entries droning themselves in unless it's absolutely necessary, because those are the people that are supposed to go in and get those early picks and kind of clear out the area in order for, you to actually push in and do your job. Now, I am a little excited, but I'm not gonna cross my fingers. I'm not gonna get my hopes up until our wonderful little attacker repick goes through. But we may have the first night that you and I have ever casted where we have both new operators on the board at the same time.
Yay, that is gonna be fun. Maybe a rush is planned here because they are on the reading site. This is a common site that you do rush. Look at the comfort guns. You have a Ying, you have a Finka, you've got the Jackal, the Habana Type 89. You got a lot of high-powered weapons that really do a lot of damage, but maybe it's not a rush. Jelly's heading up to the roof here, and that might mean this is just a regular old take that we usually see where you go top down here on Cafe. So far, it hasn't been successful for the side of Paradox, but are they going to change that story and maybe, just maybe, find something here?
I don't know, because when you're bringing a Ying and you're bringing a pseudo shield operator out like Sens, generally this is a telltale sign of some type of rush. Whether this rush is going to happen in the beginning or towards the actual execution, we don't know. We obviously won't be able to see until they decide to do what they need to do. But what we are seeing is players getting in the building, but also losing their lives. Valence is losing their lives, so Unstoppable is going to be taken out first. That is not a very fun operator to go down because he has been the secondary top frag for the team. But Lemon is... Woo! Let's go Lemon. He's actually got the first kill on the side of Paradox White. But now we're down to a 2v4. Paradox has the numbers here. This is where things are probably going to go awry because we do see Defrex with an amazing angle. He's going to start picking people off one by one. Narrowly misses that grenade, but I don't know what's going to happen here. This can go either way. We have great gunners, but at the same time, we have numbers. What do you think, Klimpse?
It's getting hairy right now, and Psychics and Jelly are fighting out. Jelly ends up winning that fight, and Defrex has found themselves back in the site. However, there's not a lot of cover, and there's so many players that they need to fight. They're able to find one on a Font. That's one way to start off this possible 1v4. They need to work it as the diffuser is going down. Looking for the player in 90, but not able to get that frag. A great job by the side of Paradox, who finally gets something going for them. One round on Cafe Attack. Sure, it's not exactly what you want. It's not exactly what you embodied or what you envisioned, but it's a step in the right direction, Paradox. Good on you for reading, hey, let's try to maybe distract them for going for an upstairs clear, for going for a bottom white clear, and then all of us are gonna rotate as soon as we get that first pick and go right to that snow balcony door and just run in. And that's what they did. It worked out really well. They were patient because of that player on the high angle. They worked together to make sure that they got that bomb down. They rotated to the right way. They basically played that round as good as you could. Really, I don't see anything wrong with that. And Paradox, if they start doing that on their defenses here, they're going to look really strong, but they need to have a strong start because they could only lose 2 rounds before losing the whole map.
That's where my biggest concern is, and I'm also I've got to point out the lineup that they're kind of going with. Yeah, the warden. Here's my
Maybe-
concern with the warden. He has a great gun. Yes, he's a great operator, but there's really no purpose here unless you know the team that you're going against is going to do flash dumping. Yes, we've got 6 flashes on the board. That makes sense. But Font is really going to have to show us how good of a gunner he is by playing this pixel hold if those flashes start getting dumped into him. Now, like I said, if that's the case, then the Warden's a great pick. But I don't know. I feel like Valence, the fact that they know how to drone, they know how to communicate, they know how to do things in unison, they're going to know this Warden's here, and I have a feeling they're going to know exactly what to do with him.
Valence just seems more comfortable as a team. I mean, look at Unstoppable. Look at the teamwork already that you can kind of see the coordination going through. Defrex opens the hatch for Unstoppable, who's already pre-holding an angle, looking for an aggressive player, maybe trying to shoot drones on the cigar shop door, right? There's all these different things that they're doing, these little tidbit things that you can just tell that there's really great teamwork and coordination being played. The Claymore is being played so that what Valence was doing, which was punishing Paradox on these jump outs, these run outs, the Claymores are in place so that they can't be punished themselves. They know what they do, and they counter what they do because they don't want it to happen to them, and they're doing a really great job of showing that. There's no contention, really, in a cigar shop other than maybe a little mute jammer, which doesn't stop Unstoppable from just getting right in there, and there's a lot of control already netted by the side of Valence.
And one thing I do kind of want to just mention here is the fact that, yes, they had the Aruni gate on that that double door that we're watching Font kind of like, try to take the gunfight with Unstoppable on. But one downside to that is with them pushing in through Humidor, they don't even really have to push in that way to him, so that he's pretty much sitting there really not doing anything unless he pushes forward. But Unstoppable uses his grenade, unfortunately does not get any kills with that. So it's going to, I think this is going to come down to seconds at this point. Valence traditionally have been very great at aggressive pushes because they know how to refrag off each other. We're going to see it here shortly.
The one's getting really aggressive here, and Font ends up paying for it, loses their life. Gare with the refrag, however, onto the Finka. A great job by them, at least, to play that refrag position. Gare on this freezer head hose. It's a really challenging angle to fight when you're walking in as a player into Piano, especially as an attacker, because you're not sure where you can get shot from. There's so many different angles, holes, all these different things that you need to check for, and there's only about 30 seconds left that Valence have to actually transition this attack into a win, but it doesn't matter. 2 players immediately shut down on the side of Paradox. 3 now, Mass for 2, going huge. Jelly all on their lonesome. Mass looking for a third, finds it. Jelly goes down as well as the diffuser starts going down. A great execute and pinch from the Nomad coming from the top white stairs. Great job by Valence to just figure out what those last remaining defenders are and flood the site.
What'd I tell you? What'd I tell you? I said they were going to rush it. They were going to push it. They knew exactly what they were going to do. And I swear, if I predicted this match in our production chat, I am going to be semi-shocked, but not shocked at the same time. So Reading Room Fireplace Hall. This is not a site we've seen played yet, I don't believe. And this is where things could get a little different because we don't know what to expect from either side. We need to see a little bit more out of Paradox White. I was actually looking at the Twitch chat a little bit, and we actually had some people saying that Paradox White usually is not this bad. I honestly, I like to say sometimes you have to have bad nights in order to learn things to become a good team. Not every team just comes swinging out of the gates being the best that there is.
Well, indeed. I mean, it's been pretty rough on the side of Paradox. They just don't seem prepared for the map like Cafe. Or is it just Valence is prepared? Valence maybe really counter-stratted and just planned for this map and look really strong and successful. Their defensive setups are definitely not as stock standard. They have more aggressive attacks. I want to talk about this attacking lineup. Look at this, what's being brought. They have Sense, new operator, the smoke barriers basically being brought by them. You have a gridlock. There's a lot of smoke grenades and gadgets and flank watch ability that's being brought by Valence, which might make it really interesting and tight for how this attack is going to work. I'm curious for how they're planning this execute to actually unfold onto the bomb site.
This looks like a rush to me. And the reason why I'm saying that is, yes, I know Gridlock is a little bit slow. She's, you know, we like to call her Thunder Thighs. But you can use her, what do you call her, tracks to actually stop rotates and to prevent people from trying to push up. So if you place those down really quickly and then you drop and you just go straight for an execute, those defenders are going to have a real hard time trying to, you know, regroup and figure things out. So we're going to see Valence potentially throw some very interesting curveballs out at Paradox White, since this is now match point.
This defender's got to tiptoe through those Legos, and that's not too fun because that doesn't really feel great on your feet. Font here, shield gets burned out of Pixel, and that's a lot of control that they're going to have to give up. A great job by Valence to net that piano control, but guess what? The bomb site is downstairs this time. It's reading and fireplace, and that's really good for them. They're able to maybe fall back to the bomb site, give more of that ground, but they need to make sure that they don't give it up too soon and don't die too fast. But Font loses their life, unstoppable, letting that LMG sing purr like a kitten and absolutely rips off the head of Font, the star performing player from last week. Now not as great, 1-8 looking on the day. Definitely not the performance we expect to see out of them, and unless their team can pull back this round, it's looking like this might be over.
So we have 1 minute left. Gara's going to take down to Frex. Great kill, but unfortunately, Psychics is right there to refrag his teammate. What we did see is we saw Valence essentially corralling Paradox White into a corner, kind of pushing them exactly where they wanted them to go. It is a 4v3 situation, totally doable if Paradox White can just be patient and be able to just hold on a little bit longer. But flashes are going to start coming out. Smokes are going to start popping as well. It does look like Jelly is unfortunately going to almost go down. And Jelly's not quite out yet, but Lech comes and saves the day. But unfortunately, Lemon's going to go ahead and start getting this plant down. Once the plant goes down, unless the refrag potential is here, Valence has this. We're on match point. Valence knew exactly what to do. 3v2. We have 37 seconds left here in the round, and it's going to have to be coordinated. 150% coordination is what this team's going to need. Psychics is going to take down Lech, and then Blabs is going to refrag his teammate. It's still down to a 2v1 situation here. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think he's going to be able to get this off. If he does, this is going to be quite the miracle. 17 seconds here left in the round. It looks like he might try to do a quick trick, but Unstoppable was unstoppable with the headshot and takes him out for the 7-1 win in favor of Valence. So Valence takes the victory tonight, and I predicted the match.
Great job by Valence. I mean, they did a really, really great job, to be honest. They just played back. They did what they needed to do to be successful. And look at how good that they were. I mean, they even in that last round, you could see the teamwork. You could see how they were playing, where they backed up, right? They spaced themselves out into pillar, out into deep mining or deep engine room, whatever you want to call it. And the attackers had the information. They had a drone in bomb site on the diffuser, and so it didn't allow for that Jaeger to get away with a sneaky counter diffuse or tapping the bomb to try to bait an attacker in. Instead, he just played far angles, ended up wallbanging the guy and calling it a day. Pretty easy gunfight to win, if you ask me. Pretty safe and really overall expertly done by the side of Valence.
That was just an unfortunate matchup. I do stand by it though. Sometimes your worst nights are the ones that can make you the best team. You have something to learn from. But yeah, no, that it was funny. I think we're way early in the day today. I said 7-1 in favor of Valence, and I was not expecting to be right.
Yeah, definitely a quick game. And really just came down to it didn't seem that Paradox is really comfortable. Their fraggers weren't showing up and fragging like we're used to. Font, I hate to keep kind of kicking the dead horse, but Font really struggled to show up. And after such a strong and impressive week last week, to not show up and be someone that your team might depend on, which as the Finka, as the entry fragger, you're expecting that player to show up, be impactful. They definitely have got the gun skill to back it up, but it just didn't show up today. It didn't come through. Hopefully next week it's going to be back and start to propel the Paradox White team back in the right direction to success.
Unfortunately, we do not have a interview for us tonight. We do.
We do
So
have an interview.
actually, I stand corrected. We do. I'm unsure of who it is, though. Is it Lemon? Is it Unstoppable? Who are we meeting with tonight? You guys will have to find out in here in just in a second, so we can get them in. So we will be right back with the interview and some information about another match we are going to be having tonight.
In the eye of the mighty wind, rain, rain and lightning. Take my body in the ocean. When the sky is falling down hard, 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 don't hold me up, just stand back, just stand back, I'm chasing the storm. Don't hold me up, just stand back, I'm chasing storms. Yeah, please keep quiet, my warning, I don't know why I'm cold. So say goodbye, 'cause I like the fact you know. When the sky is falling down hard, 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 don't hold me up, just stand back, I'm chasing the storm. Don't hold me up, just stand back, I'm chasing storms. Don't hold me up, just stand back, I'm chasing storms. Don't hold me up, just stand back, I'm chasing the storm. Don't hold me up, just stand back, I'm chasing storms. Don't hold me up, just stand back, I'm chasing the storm. Don't hold me up, just stand back, I'm chasing storms.
Welcome back. We have a wonderful player on this side of Valence that has decided to join us for an interview, and I am super excited about it because we have Mass. So I know Klimpse has a burning question for you, Mass.
Yeah, Mass. Just kind of want to ask. I mean, you guys going in a cafe, definitely have your strats nailed down. Definitely have your ideas pictured out. What preparation did you guys do for maybe the match, or is this kind of your normal cafe? Is this how you guys like to run?
So
Cafe,
we
being really aggressive on defense with the jump outs, and then as well, just like your actual default setups.
So we knew going into the game that we've scrimmed them before, that we had them beat on gun skill. So when we go into the game, usually we prepare the night before. So we went back and watched the VODs that they have played and stuff like that. And I knew that my fraggers were better than their fraggers. So I pretty much cut my guys loose and they did what they had to do. We jumped out of windows, we played vertical, we did exactly like we were supposed to.
Yeah, it was definitely well done. Um, yeah, really, you guys just played well. You guys played lights out, just jumping out, and it didn't seem like they really had much of an answer for you guys at all.
No, they really didn't. And to be honest with you, between me and Lemon playing support and me and Defrex IGLing, right now that we're looking pretty good. As a team right now, we are 7-0 on game day.
Well, darn. That is definitely something to brag about. Now, I do have just a kind of a question just to echo off of what Klimpse asked. When you go into a match that you pretty much know, without a shadow of a doubt that you're potentially going to win, do you go into it just kind of knowing that you have that flexibility to try new things or to try out, like obviously like new operator lineups and stuff like that? Or do you try to really stick more to you know what works?
We kind of know what works, and we know our limitations and everything. So the biggest thing is like I said, Unstoppable is hands down probably one of the best entries in T3 right now. Uh, so I kind of just let him do what he does, and we kind of formulate around him. And as long as he's getting his kills and we're doing our thing, and me and Lemon are getting those clutches that you've seen so much between me and Lemon, it's looking pretty good right now.
Definitely. And one last question for you, Mass, before we let you go here. Um, anything that you guys did the last round, or the one round that you guys lost, rather. That's where I wanted to go with it. What happened on that round? I know that like you won 7-1, but what was the reason you guys didn't go 7-0? Was it the way that they rotated that round where they kind of got the pick and then
It
ended up flooding you guys? What
It
happened
was
there?
actually some miscommunication. Unstoppable got picked early, and usually when one of our entries or one of our rumors of the case gets picked early, we kind of fall back to sight. And I thought that kid was on piano. I thought he was on chandelier window in pillar, and he wasn't.
Yeah.
He was actually out on the ground. So I was looking at chandelier window, and then they just happened to open snow door and kill me. And then I had two guys left upstairs, and Lemon jumped out of a window and whiffed his whole entire mag. So
Yeah, we definitely watched that. And just one last thing before you go, anyone you want to shout out your team, Twitter, social media, whatever, your
Yep.
org,
Thanks
go for
for
it.
just want to say thank you for Team Valence for doing everything they do for us, and shout out to Lemon and everybody else on our team. Me and Lemon are best support T3. Just saying. Um, you guys have a good day.
Cool,
Right.
man.
Thank
Thank you.
you so much for joining us, Mass. And I do want to give you guys a little bit of an insight of our second matchup tonight. That one is going to be a little bit later than usual, so we will be seeing everybody back here at about 10:15 for that match, as it is going to be Homeland Academy versus, drumroll, Paradox Black. So we're going to be seeing the sister team to Paradox White matching up against Homeland Academy here at 10:15 tonight. So hopefully you guys will stick around. We know it's a late match, but we want to make sure we're bringing you as much Siege action as we possibly can. I'm not sure if Klimpse will be joining me again because he does have a bedtime. He's
Look, all
probably gonna
right.
hate me for
Look, I
that.
work at 6 in the morning, Nick. Okay, don't give me
Hey,
2 hours
I
of
get
time,
it.
but
I get it.
but we'll see what happens. We might be there. We might be there. We might move a little, a little slower tomorrow to make for today to happen. So
Hey, that's what energy drinks are for.
that is, yeah. I definitely
But
enjoy them too much.
whoever will be my co-caster tonight, we shall see you guys back here at 10:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time sharp.
Let's go. Send all of your friends to the restroom and let's go. Hey, nah, don't touch on my bottles if you ain't coming home. I seen you put the lipstick in the Prada, you moving on the floor. Nice, young, and the vibe is electric. The bank roll at my door. I don't even need you anymore, I'm on the top. I've been on a roll, you've been on a drop. I can't give you lessons and this shit is hard rock. This ain't new to me. She just sent 140 notes to me. Dripping YSL, these bitches using me. I can't give a damn cause I've been through the rain. I seen you put the lipstick in the Prada. You moving on the floor. Nice, young, and the vibe is electric. The bankroll at my door. I feel my senses overload. Wildin' cause I broke the mold. Really in this business of investing where I win the most. Cruising when it's 2 a.m. Parties hanging at the bangers. Drive me to the nearest liquor store to celebrate again. Oh, it's so
close, I wanna let you in on something. A feeling I've been loving. Gotta show you I've been thinking about you day and night. You're always on my mind. Since day one, swear I baby knew you were the one. Thinking maybe I could give a life guide to you. Wanna prove it. Got so much love, please don't lose it. So let me give you it all. We can take it slow.
can't help but fight this feeling. I want you to try. Imagine living without it. So let's go. Heaven is worth fighting for. You know, I've been standing right next to you. Oh, I know it won't be easy, but it's true. We will regret what we didn't do, what we didn't do, what we didn't do. I know you're feeling it too. This short is something. I know that this will take us higher. I'll do whatever you do. Let's take cover before our chances are getting darker. But I want you to know I can't help but fight this feeling. I want you to try. Imagine living without it. So let's go. Heaven is worth fighting for. You know, I've been standing right next to you. Oh, I know it won't be easy, but it's true. We will regret what we didn't do, what we didn't do. I did kung fu my feelings sometimes. Got misdirected, you know what to say. And I was telling myself many lies, just like the old days. So is that what you want? I'll bring it in. Another level and you feel like quitting. It will be tough and we will surely be paying the price. Don't know about you, but I feel we're winning. So let's go. Heaven is worth fighting for. You know, I've been standing right next to you. Oh, I know it won't be easy, but it's true. We will regret what we didn't do, what we didn't do. We will regret what we didn't do, what we didn't do.
Show me loving. I need your loving. Cause I'm drowning in something and I can't come out. Just show me loving. I need your loving. Me, myself, ain't enough. It's like being hooked to a crushing heart. I want you to know how bad it hurts. You got me beside along my heart. Are you dreaming of me now? The way I do. Are you dreaming
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future
Long hair, brown eyes, ooh, girl, you so fine. Ooh, good God, thick thighs, I let you stride. Let's talk about this situation. You know you're looking good, that ass is pure temptation. Beat it up. Let me know when you're heading up. Not yet, we'll gon' baby suck it up. Do it so good, make a brother wanna cut a rub. Time flies when you sit it on my taste buds. Tastes good.
Circus.
You show me how to dance love. So tell me what you're thinking of.
catastrophe. You said you meet me at A. Now you're 2 hours late. Why you wasting my time? I saw you on the first day. Didn't know what to say. Put my pride on the line. Well, you can meet me on a dance floor, all alone. Not a care in the world. I'm dancing all on my own. Well, you can meet me on a dance floor, all alone. Not a care in the world. I'm dancing all on my own. Oh, 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 ah, 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 ah. Now there's cups on the floor and there's cops at the door. We don't pay them no mind. I've met the neighbors before and they're outside the door. They seem angry this time. Well, you can meet me on a dance floor, all alone. Not a care in the world. I'm dancing all on my own. Well, you can meet me on a dance floor, all alone. Not a care in the world. I'm dancing all on my own. You can meet me on a dance floor, all alone. Not a care in the world. I'm dancing all on my own. Well, you can meet me on a dance floor, all alone. Not a care in the world. I'm dancing all on my own. Oh, 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 ah, 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 ah.
The silence fades into the night. Coyotes sing at the moonlight.
These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Feel the wind touch our face. Let's take a spin to a foreign place. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Let's escape. Let's escape. Let's escape. I'll hold you close through the night. I won't let go until the sunrise. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Wave goodbye to your city life. Say hello to the desert sky. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Escape to
Why is it that countries which we call strong are so powerful in creating wars but are so weak in bringing peace?
It's not possible. Blue taking out the finger. It's down due to no crossfire being held here. That's him being traded out. Now it's a 1v1 situation. It's all on him. If he loses this, it is now another tied game towards the round. Oh my god! They're allowing Monster to free fire and take him out. That's the Monster.
Unfreaking believable. Top of his head. You didn't see it! Where did he get the kill?
Pick it up in the first time. The shot is there though. It's a massive quad, and Snowy will somehow clutterplace the shotgun. Goes in res onto another. It's a 3v2 stunner. Continues to shut it down, and it's all over. Mr. Pang finish the game, and there it is.
escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Let's escape. Let's escape. Let's escape.
Welcome back, and thank you guys so much for hanging with us during that long little waiting period that we had. Klimpse decided to forego his bedtime and is joining us. I am Phoenix, and yeah, let's talk about the second matchup.
Yeah, Nix. We got two great teams here. We got Paradox Black, the sister team of Paradox White, who unfortunately fell victim to a 7-1 loss last week. However, or rather earlier today. And then they're playing against Homeland, so Homeland Academy, I believe, right? Am I right on that? Right on that. Okay, cool. Both teams, Paradox Black looked really rough last week, but hopefully they're gonna bounce back and have a better week for themselves. Homeland, I'm not too sure on kind of how they went, but after looking at some of the stats, it seemed like that they were pretty solid. Mute had a pretty good week, 15 and 10, really strong KD overall. There's a plant on the side of Homeland as well. So, but not a lot of gun skill really like shining and showing a lot of negative KDs overall. And in Siege, you do need to get kills to win rounds. And if Homeland want to win against Paradox Black today, they need to show that they can get kills on that side of Paradox Black. Kinger really looked solid. He was pretty much the only player on their team who was actually able to succeed. Other than that, pretty rough on the side of Paradox Black. They only got 2 rounds last week. We casted them, and that's kind of why I have a better idea of what happened. They played on Villa, so maybe they go back there and they've learned what's going on, or maybe they change it up and who knows what's going on. But hopefully, we're going to see maybe a little bit better result out of both sides, possibly.
Now, Paradox Black has some they have some words that they need to live up to, because I don't know if anybody noticed, but in that Twitch chat earlier, there was some inner org rivalry going on between Paradox Black and Paradox White. So Paradox Black has a lot to live up to in this match to prove that they are the superior team from the Paradox Esports realm. But we do already have our map bans in, so let's go ahead and talk about those. We're going to Clubhouse.
Dubhouse it is. No Villa. That gets taken off pretty early, actually, by the side of Homeland. So they didn't want to use any of the VOD from last week. And instead, they wanted to go a completely different route. And I kind of am interested in these bans because you can see maps like Border and Bank go to way later on, which usually those are maps that go sooner in the ban phase. So maybe that's just to influence to see what the other team doesn't ban. But Clubhouse, Knicks, that's a fun map to watch. It's been in the comp pool forever. But the meta is changing on it, and the different ways that you can hold the sites. You can basically hold any site you want. CCTV is becoming less favorable, so we're probably gonna see a lot of basement. Maybe we'll even see a bar. I always love to watch how that site plays out, and we might see that tonight.
Hopefully so. I definitely want to see a lot of swinging and a lot of gunfight action, that is for sure. But we do surprisingly have all of our players in the lobby. They've been in lobby early and are ready to go. So let's get things started and move on to our operator bans and get this game started. Or not.
Maybe we'll think about it. We'll think about it at least for a little
Well,
bit. Maybe
it's
our
late.
producer fell asleep, unlike me.
I must
Well,
say, we have our
our
producers
producer
in our ear
definitely
and
just
we're
said he's
roasting
asleep.
them.
Definitely said he's asleep, by the way. I want to make sure you guys hear that out. But we're back. We're in the Clubhouse and we're finally getting started here. Homeland will be defending, Paradox will be attacking. Nix, what are the bans that you think we're gonna see tonight?
Well, I definitely think we're gonna see the typical Thatcher. Thatcher is pretty much a staple
Boo.
band here on Clubhouse. Very typical. You want to keep that CC wall as tight-lipped as you possibly can. We may even see a Flores. Flores is really good for flushing out utility, but at the same time forcing rotates and stuff like that. So I'm thinking the Flores.
You think Flores? Well, we're gonna find out. You're right, Nix. Bing, bing, bing. Go play the lottery or something, because clearly you're old enough to do that, and you're looking good on your bets. 2 for 2 right now. Who are you thinking here? Quick.
Mira. Nope, Kaid
Ah, wrong.
actually.
Okay, nope, no longer playing Vegas.
Hey, we still have one more defense ban though.
Maybe. Well, Cade coming off the board. That's a pretty important operator. Gonna keep a lot of walls closed, hatches closed, different abilities, and Wamai being banned. That's not something you always see, but that's gonna make it 10 times harder to hold different positions, especially key positions on sites like CCTV. Think about it. Raptors is gonna be a hell of a lot harder to hold, Knicks, because now you don't have that throwable gadget, which can help you deny pushes, help you hold better. And guess what? Homeland, who just banned Wamai, is now going to be going to that CCTV cache room, banking on the Azami to play in the Rafters instead.
That I will say I am a little bit concerned with that ban, just as you said, not being able to deny that utility. Granted, yes, Jaeger is on the board. Jaeger will be used by Homeland. It doesn't give you enough utility if you have a very, very strong and strategic push when it comes to that area specific. Now, if they're pushing like CCTV directly, it's not so much. It's not that big of a deal. But you always have to worry about that Rafters player, because that Rafters player is your first line of defense for any type of garage push. But I want to point out, we are bringing the Azami in. I absolutely love the Azami. Her Kiba barriers are beautiful when it comes to being able to have odd little placements and prevent any types of rotates, or even using it to funnel people into a certain area. So I think we're going to be seeing a little bit of a different kind of gameplay here with the new operator in play.
Yeah, and as you see the cool ability, a unique feature of the Kiba barrier that Azami brings. She is placing those gadgets on the pillars so that it creates a wall so that you can't be shot. You can rotate freely. Kinger's going to look to get an early frag here with a blind nade onto the green box. Very common nade, very quick entry to get in there, trying to catch maybe a defender on cams or stuff. But Homeland is still setting up that bomb site, and unfortunately, that nade is just not able to find anyone. Kind of a waste of utility here.
Well, I agree with you, but you know, you can't really fault them too much for at least trying. But we are going to see the first kill out onto the smoke. Absolutely detrimental loss. But Cal's going to get a double kill and getting mute as well. You're losing 2 critical operators there, but Fistfy? Is going to take down Cal with a beautiful little headshot there.
I hate that we have a mute being played, but not by the player mute. We have a player named mute, but not the operator mute. And instead, Lucas is going to tell Sulka Boy, I believe a new player, actually. We had Oblige last week. This week, Paradox bringing in a new player, maybe just making a roster change, trying to make something happen. Fortunately, not going to happen this round as the Buck is taken down. Did a little bit of vertical destruction, but nothing crazy. However, the Fistify is brought down. Wumbo with the 150, able to walk into CCTV, but look, Nix, these attackers are spread so far thin. They're so far apart, and the Valkyrie cameras are netting great intelligence for the side of Homeland, and they're able to pre-fire these angles out and try to see when the Zofia is swinging. I think we're going to see the Ace rotate over as we are into construction. A big, very ballsy swing by the Jaeger. They just need to chill out right now and make Paradox push the site right now. Homeland is getting a little too antsy. Instead, they just need to play their game that the attackers try to go for this plant.
Yeah, the rule of thumb on defense here is you want the attackers to actually run into your bullets. You don't want to have to compromise your position or create any issues. We just saw Wumbo go down. We're down to a 1v1 essentially, but Homeland Academy is going to be the victors here. This was a textbook case of run into my bullets.
Superior position on the rafters. I mean, that's a very common spot that you're going to be playing, but a little bit further of an angle instead of tucked on the left side of the wall from the rafters point of view. Instead, the Azami was actually on the right side holding the run in, so less time to shoot the player, but if the player's not expecting that angle, it is something that will catch you off, and that definitely caught off the attacker. The Ace went down there, and overall it was a pretty strong defense. A lot of early action. Cal, 2 really big entry picks, and a lot of good intel netted by the side of Paradox, but they just couldn't transition that. They lost too many bodies too fast, no refrags when it came down to when they needed them, and it ended up costing them that round a little bit. I would have liked to see them take a step back, make their way forward again, regroup themselves after those first 2 entry picks, and try to figure out what they wanted to do with the bomb site.
So I'm already concerned for Homeland. We're now going all the way downstairs. We're going to meeting and armory, or church and armory. Here's why I'm concerned. If we look at the lineup, we do have the mirror. Great, you have the ability to make those long angles, stuff like that. Valkyrie, cool. You've got camps. What we don't have is any last second denial. You're going to be playing essentially for C4s only, as far as any type of, like, you know, if they're going to plant, you gotta be able to arc that C4 and it's got to land. We don't have anything like smoke on the board. I'm a little concerned for that because that's not a typical lineup that we see on the defense when it comes to a site like Armory.
When it comes to a typical lineup, though, you expect a Habana on Clubhouse not being banned out. Such a crucial operator, especially for this basement site. There's no Kate on the board. You can run those X-Karos pellets and get the hatches so easily and bring another Harbinger such as Ace, maybe for those mirrors, maybe for the church one, but instead electing not to do that. Paradox trying to go for the simple take. They're trying to take out Master, clear these roamers, and the alibi of Harbor already taken down a little bit of damage, but gets cut down from the chains. Repel Wumbo on the stop, actually in the kitchen hallway, able to knock down that alibi. That MX4 Storm no longer on the map, often known as a crutch gun, instead eliminated from the field of play. And now as Paradox starts to work with their control, they might not know that there's a player actually hiding out in gym still.
They probably. I agree with you. I don't think they know that that player exists yet. Now we do. I want to point out we have at least 6 grenades here on the board, so we are going to be seeing quite a bit of utility play. We still also on the other side of Homeland Academy have 4, or actually 3 C4s in play. So things are going to slowly start kind of coming together on both sides of what strategies are going to be played. Are we going to see, PDX actually start pushing slow, methodical, and communicate with each other? We're going to see things start kind of rapidly speeding up. And Mute's going to take down Kinger. That's going to be an amazing pick right off the board. That's your Yana. That's your additional clone. And then Cal taking damage not too long afterwards. That's your Finka. Don't want to lose that. But 57 seconds left in the round. Klimpse, this is going to come down to the wire.
Flank goes off, beautifully crafted by Mew. Just poor misdroning on the side of Paradox, and that might cost him this round. Kinger, following the star performer of last week, hasn't gotten off to a hard start yet, but hopefully they have the flank drones in place needed to be able to stop Mew on this terrorizing roam. They're trying to work on this armory mirror right now, which they're starting to struggle on. Wumbo ends up getting sawed down by the Vector, but 2 players have been down on the attack. Solka able to save the round. All of a sudden, it's a 4v2, but 2 players are down on the side of Paradox. A Finka boost comes through, able to res themselves, but Wumbo not res. I think they were in the middle of an animation, didn't actually get res, but it's shut down! Visify with 3 on the SMG-11, kills 3 players all in one spray, completely terrorizes the attack, and it's shut down so quickly. I don't even know what happened there, Nyx, but Paradox Black seems to be in shambles right now.
Words. We literally just watched Paradox Black essentially line up all 3 remaining players and essentially were collateral damage to 1 kill. That never happens like that, and I swear, somebody please clip that. Give it to Fistify, because that needs to go on the player resume, because that was a beautiful ending. But Homeland Academy, as we move into round 3, they are up 2. Paradox Black has yet to get around on the board. We are now moving all the way back upstairs to CCTV and Cash, I believe, and yes.
I think we're actually on Gym Bedroom,
Yep,
and
we
kind
are.
of doing this CCTV extension. You see a couple ADSs on the
They're doing
green
a
box
spoof on
there.
us.
Very, very big gym or CC extension for the Gym Bedroom bomb site, and that's very common. That's something we see a lot. You see the castle in play, the frost. A little late to getting maybe the construction wall. I think that's supposed to be reinforced. Maybe the player's just a little slow on the strat book, but now you're going to see that wall start to get reinforced. It could have been punished possibly by Paradox, but instead they're electing to go for the CC side over clear, which is going to utilize a lot of utility. It's going to suck up the ace charges. A lot of gadgets are going to be used out right now by the side of Paradox to try to get these defenders away from the map control that they want.
Yeah, and that extension setup that they're using is brilliant, because like it tripped me up, it just might trip up the attackers as well, because they're going to be thinking that people are going to be potentially holding incorrect areas, or that the site might not be where they think it is. It all comes down to them knowing where site is and communicating things properly. So Sledge is going to go ahead and start doing his due diligence, getting some walls open and start droning for his teammates, so that way they can get proper intel in order to start pushing forward.
Really slow and long time to actually find their way into CC. They really should be able to get in here a lot faster. Paradox, you only have 3 minutes to attack around, and the efficiency of time that you're using right now is just not good enough. You're not being efficient enough. The usage of a Gone 6 instead of just shooting it open. I mean, there's a lot of utility that's just being improperly used and really could just be utilized better as a team overall. I don't like to see utility get wasted like that, and in this scenario, it is starting to happen. Paradox don't seem to know how they want to clear out this CC hold right now, and they're all stuck on this highway balcony. They have 3 players there, no one in CCTV, which is all ground they just had, but now they forfeit it.
Yes, and you said 3 players, but it does look like we're going to have 1 PDX player actually rotate back. It looks like he's going to be attempting to do some type of flank. But what's dangerous here is there's 3 players on platform, 1 swift and well-placed C4 in a run out, and that team is done. Lucas is going to take a peek out that window and prove my exact point here, as Wumbo's going to get a little bit brave and attempting to save his life, but there is the attempt at the double kill. Oh
Wait,
my
how is the
goodness.
ace there? Wait, Nev was just in sight, in gym, and just ran out on the run out, but then got hit by a frostbite. I don't even know what happened. All of a sudden, we're even out to a 2v2. A lot of action taking place. I'm really confused on what just happened, Nix. And all of a sudden, we're fighting ourselves back into some normalcy. Fizzify hanging out in the bathroom, a very big power position. That C4 still is in play to possibly deny any sort of plant attempt that might be performed by Cal. The final adrenal surge comes through. Cal, 43 bullets. You got the Twitch, the F2. Really good, strong gun as well. And they need to find out how they want to work their way into sight. Some smoke grenades go out, and they try to find their way deep. A nade comes through, but fails to find anyone. Cal is on for 3 right now. Seems to know where the last defender is. Not entirely sure. The last defender drops the hatch. No plant is able to be attempted, out of ammo, and the round ends. What a crazy... I don't even know what just happened there. I have no clue what just happened. What happened, Nix?
Honestly, it just came down to a situation where a lot happened and it was really hard to kind of come back from it. Now, Homeland did play that extremely smart by that player dropping and using those last critical seconds to protect themselves, wasted the time of Paradox Black because the player essentially had to chase them. And if the kill wasn't made, then unfortunately the timer runs out and the round goes in the favor of Homeland Academy. We just saw a lot happen that just honestly was really hard to comprehend and for teams to really recover from when all that information and all that craziness happens at once.
It was a wild round, Nix. I don't even know what happened. I can't even process it. You and I both were just shocked at that. The ace was in gym somehow. I don't even know how he got there. As long as I saw that right, I'm making sure like there's not a spectator bug or something crazy that we just saw. But a really weird turn of events, and Paradox right now, after Homeland on a flawless defensive rotation, they need to find the answer to their attacks. They need to figure out what's wrong, and I'm going to be honest with you, Nix. I think part of the reason of what's wrong is the operator choices, the lineup that they're bringing. Bring the Maverick, open the wall like a normal team. I mean, that's such a normalcy that we see on Clubhouse. It's not even banned. That is practically hindering yourself. You're shooting yourself in the foot if you're not bringing a Maverick on Clubhouse, because that operator is so versatile, so strong. You also have the grenades coming out. You can have one of your entries on the Maverick. As long as that gets done, then let them go crazy with it. So that way you can have more operators and a better options when it comes to attacking Clubhouse.
Here's another big mistake that I'm seeing. Paradox Black, nice shot onto Harbor. That was great, but one mistake that you guys are making that really needs to be fixed is you have a lot of people pushing the same spot and then just kind of sitting there for a while. If your opponent catches wind of that goes back to what we saw on platform on the previous round. One swift run out and 2 people can be dead just like that. Like Lucas just took out Nev and Mute took out Solka just now. Communication and knowledge of where things are going down is everything, and if you bunch your team up, that's multiple kills just waiting to happen.
And after Paradox finds that opening pick onto the Raptors player, they seem to be slowing down. Now Nev falls from the breach. Soka, I'm not even quite sure where they fell, but they got in a duel with Mute. All of a sudden, the Paradox Black attack that was so fierce, so aggressive, so feisty up the rip has slowed down to a near crawl. They're going to try to work to get this top red shield out of here. A great job. Grenade by Cal nearly takes out Angon, but does not quite do the job. Lucas takes a little bit of damage from another frag grenade coming out from Cal. Really good usage of the utility to find these defenders, try to push them back, cause some damage and some trouble. But guess what? It doesn't matter because Lucas is still being a terror. Cal finally finds that player and is able to even it out, but still they're down a man and they need to find their way into the bomb set here to get the plant.
3v2 as we move into the final seconds into the round. We're going to see Kinger try to take on one of the opposing players. Unfortunately, the smoke gets caught with his back to the opponent, and easy pick there. We do see a little bit of possible C4 play coming out, as we do still have 2 C4s off on the board. Fizzify is going to sit here and oh no, not a good toss whatsoever. Almost had the ability if he would have just pre-fired to get that kill. 20 seconds left here in the round. Things are going to start heating up as we still see this 2v2 never-ending battle at this point. Are we going to see the clock run out? Are we going to see some kills? Mute's going to get Cal. That is a detrimental kill because Cal is your top fragger. Now it's just the Donut Wonder Kinger, who's going to be up against two of the better players on the side of Homeland. But Homeland has his number and knew exactly where he was pushing. So unfortunately, we're going to round number 5.
The Valkyrie cam intel was just so good, Nix. I mean, they got so much information on where those players were in cash. Maybe as we see a tactical timeout get called by Paradox, they're trying to calm themselves down, figure out what's going on. How can we get a round or two? How can we get this together? Look at them. They're all there, all beautiful face cams, but they're trying to be positive. They're trying to get themselves ready here for these next 2 rounds. I see that their faces are a little demeaning. I mean, look at them. Someone's got fish in the background. Who else? What do we have? We got a Kickstar hoodie, an American flag, a Yankees hat, and Kinger's got his Saints hat on from St. Clair. I mean, the guys look ready. They look comfortable. But what are they gonna do to cause something better to happen? What are they gonna do to really make a change in the round?
The big things moving into this 5th round is, as I stated before, they've kind of got to stop bunching up. They've got to really kind of figure out where they're going to push and just really dedicate to it. Whenever you see those first initial, uh, that first initial minute into the round, and you see 4 players just kind of hanging around the doorway of garage, that's like I said, once a good team picks up on something like that, that's going to essentially be the death of that round. Like that you call it game over at that point. A lot of situations that we're seeing between these two teams is one team just has that smart and that intel just a little bit more than the other one does. And these are close rounds. It's not like we're seeing rounds where it's just a complete total blowout. We do see the ability and the hope that Paradox is going to come out and actually get these rounds won. It's just they're just not close enough. But it does look like we are going to have a rehost, as one of the players on the side of Homeland did crash. So yes, let's talk a little bit about what we've been watching.
Well, Nix, it's been a little crazy as you see us flash on and off the screen all crazy. It's fine. We just like to, scare you, boo, and then we're gone, and then we're here. It's a magic trick. It's a magic trick. But to be honest, I'm just telling you right now, Nix, the lineup that's being brought by the side of Paradox is just not the right lineup for Clubhouse. They're trying to play a different map. They're trying to play something like Villa, where you're more linear. We watched them play Villa last week, and they're bringing the same exact operators: Yana, Finka, Ace. It's not good enough for what they need to be able to be successful on a map like Klimpse. You need the Maverick. Habana, especially Habana on this map, is so strong. That's why you see her get banned in Pro League, in high competitive T3, in Challenger League. I mean, it's frustrating to not see operators that are meant to be for these maps. They're really built out to be here and present on these maps. Even Thermite, I think, is a better pick than Ace on Clubhouse themselves. And right now, it just seems like Paradox seem lost on what to bring.
I mean, don't get me wrong, like I do agree with you on the Habana, that's for sure. She's a stable, she should be brought. I do feel like Ace is a good supporting operator when it comes to the hard breach, not primary, 100% supporting. And the reason why I say that is because for things like CCTV, the ability to kind of launch them and throw them and then run away, yeah, that he does have a great gun as well, but you can do that with a Habana as well. You can pop those X Kairos, you can kind of run away. But being able to open up multiple things at once and doing and you like actually like coordinating between the Habana and the Ace, you can create not just a lot of open holes, but a lot of noise. Because a lot of people actually don't know this, but in Siege you can only hear 3 sounds at any given time. So whether it's gunfire, a gadget going off, and footsteps, or an X Kairos and a Selma charge, and let's say a flash, you can't hear anything beyond that. So if you're cluttering up those sounds, you can actually coordinate with your team to do a push, and they're not going to know where it's coming from.
Yeah, and I just think that the coordination isn't there right now. I mean, we saw a good burn onto the Raptors player for that last CCTV round. And Paradox did a good job of getting that ground quickly. They didn't even open the garage walls. They just got in the Raptors. They killed the guy and got in there. Amazing. Like, that is unheard of to be able to do that, and that's poor defense play by the side of Homeland, but they're not taking advantage of that, and they're not clearing the players, and Homeland right now are hitting their shots. You saw the Jaeger really doing a great job on the green box position, just basically pissing off the enemy and just continually sitting in the same spot, throwing bullets down range and not allowing the attacking side to do anything. The Jaeger was just a really good job of being able to play in a position that was so strong and not be punished for it.
Yeah, and that's one thing that you rarely even see as well is when people will sit there and actually play really strong positions, especially things like bathroom. Bathroom is a big one. That is one of the strongest positions that you can play in that master gym. Um, that site setup. If you don't have the ability to swing and hit your shots accurately, you should not be playing bathroom. That's period, end of story. And that's the one thing that we are seeing from Homeland is when they swing and they go to take those shots, they're doing it with confidence and with accuracy. And that's I'm not saying Paradox Black doesn't have gunners or don't have accurate players. What I'm saying is Homeland just has a little bit more of advantage because they have more faith in themselves.
When it comes to basement Knicks, I want to ask you what do you want to see uh differently this round? What do you want to see differently from the side of Paradox? Because last time we were on basement, right, we saw that Valkyrie lurking upstairs mute, the player mute, not the actual operator mute, was playing as the Valkyrie and working their way uh upstairs. And so uh, they were just able to just hide out and no droning from Paradox, and that really cost them because it ended up taking down Kinger, one of the main fraggers, and then just slowly knocking him down nice and easy. And that player, once you get a kill and you're upstairs in a power position like that, the attack can't roam clear you. So that means all you do is you just sit up there, you keep making them think you're gonna come get you. So then they have to send another player up to go get you. And eventually it just kind of stalls out a lot of time. And as long as you play that room right, then you've done your job essentially and won that round. What can be different next? What do we need?
I would prefer to see Paradox actually do more of a dirt push. And the reason why is because when you have such a strong operator like Valkyrie using those black eyes in order to get that intel, you're going to want to do kind of an opposite push. You don't want to go from top down. You 100% want to take that horizontal push, at least send two guys through that dirt. Obviously, you want one to drone, but at the same time, you want somebody to refrag if somebody goes down. Um, but on top of that, it's really the operator choices as well. If you're doing that more horizontal push, you're going to be wanting to bring an operator like Zero, because if you send him through dirt, obviously you can pop one of his what we like to call Sam cams into armory and either distract the player for a potential swing because they're going to want to obviously take that cam out so that you can't get information, or if you can get information, ping other like other teammates out. So if they're doing that oil push or that the push down main stairs, that they have better intel of where people are hanging out. It's all down to communication and intel and just timing. We're seeing the same kind of fundamental mistakes that their sister team, Paradox White, had been making. It just comes down to placement, communication, and just really being confident in your push.
Seems like Paradox, both of the teams had issues with their operator lineups, just not bringing the right operators for the right job. Kind of trailing back to what you were saying, Nick. I like your idea of the dirt take. I mean, think about how much the roam was really happening. You had at least the Valkyrie and the Alibi offsite. I think you even had one lurking up the main stairs, like the basement main stairs as well. So there's three players that are kind of over on that main stairs side. So if you go dirt and maybe blue, right, and you kind of coordinate a blue dirt rush where you quickly take in a dirt and then you open blue, you set a little flank, and then you just smoke off the holes between blue and church, right? And then just flood that back deep armory area. I mean, that's one way that Paradox could really find their way into the site, possibly, if it's not expected on the side of Homeland. And I'd like to see Homeland Academy maybe be ready for something like that because who knows what Paradox is going to do. There's like a long rehost happening right now. They're able to talk it out, figure out what they're going to do, what's going on. And right now, our best guess is it looks like Homeland's kind of storming away with this, and Paradox doesn't have an answer.
Yeah, and another really good kind of attack strategy that I've seen work in the past. It's an oldie, but it's a goodie. it works. It's kind of default. But if you were to send somebody in to actually get that um armory hatch, I'm not saying go down it. What I'm saying is take a Hibana, throw some pellets on there, pop that armory hatch, and use that as kind of pseudo bait. And the reason why I say pseudo bait is because you want that player who's holding armory to be scared. You want them to think someone's going to jump through that hatch. You want them to have to watch that because then you can catch them off guard.
Well, that did happen indeed. And I think we're going to head off to a little bit of a break. We're having some issues getting into the game, back into the lobby. Some game crashes are going on right now. So we'll see you guys back in hopefully just a few short minutes. Stick around, stick tight, come back and watch the second half of this game.
If I could slow down the clock, I would. When I'm with you, I just feel so good. Every day, every single night. So for now, let's just take our time. Now that I got you on my side, tell me I want you, ready for the ride. Here we go.
Alrighty, guys, welcome back. We are back into the game on Xenon. Hopefully, we're gonna be okay, and all the settings are gonna stay the same as we made them. Looks like everything's good. Homeland's set to go for Church Arsenal. Uh, Sorry about the little wait that we had. Just a little bit of a silly game moment where Ubisoft crashed poor Spencer's game twice, our observer, and we love problems. We really do.
I mean, it happens, but it's just something you got to
I
deal
think
with.
it's Spencer's fault.
I mean,
Actually, it's Tofu. It's
I
Tofu
was
'cause
about to
Tofu's
say
a fraud.
that. I was
Tofu's a
about to
fraud.
say that. It's no matter what it is. If you're in T3, you know who Tofu is, and it's always Tofu's fault. But all the way back downstairs we go. Are we going to see if Paradox Black hurt our players and start doing a more horizontal push? We shall see. But we do see Wumbo bringing in the IQ. Great gun, great setup. But is it going to be enough to win them this next round?
My question is, why the IQ? What's the IQ for? What is it doing? Because what is Homeland running that you need to see utility-wise? You're on a basement attack. There's no pulse. There's no anything really that needs to be spotted with an electronic gadget. And maybe it's for the gun, but then in that case, bring on Maru. Because guess what? You got the Cano Breach, you got the Hard Breach gadget. At least you can do something with that. You've got flashbangs as well. Maru is a very versatile operator that you can also take a lot of ground control and map control with.
I don't know. It's the Claymores. It's got to be the Claymores. But we, as once again, we are
We got
already
4
starting
Claymores,
to see,
man.
we already see them kind of bunching up, and they're starting to do a top floor clear. I don't understand why. So this is a complete different push than what we normally see. We usually see something more, to the side of getting those hatches and, dirt pushes and stuff like that. Like, I'm really confused about what this push is.
Well, next, with the limited hard breach being brought out or being brought out by the side of Paradox, it kind of forces them to go and make sure they have all this control. But it's working out beautifully as they're able to find 2 and might even find a 3rd. Maybe a really weird duel going down, but Kinger is able to get the kill. Kinger, my bad, able to find out Mute after just a whiff of spray going through. I mean, Mute the Belusi. I hate that. Again, Mute. Why do you not play Mute? I don't care anyway. The Belusi upstairs, just not enough damage coming from the MP5. The L85 wins that battle 10 times out of 10. The wallbang fight, we've all been in that weird position, but look, the entire defense has basically been eviscerated, and Paradox has all the time in the world to formulate a good attack on these last 2 players.
But also remember one thing. The defenders still exist, and if those attackers take too long to figure out what they want to do, it can come down to the wire. But Cal's gonna get Agnon off with a perfectly placed grenade. It's all up to Fissify, and this is a almost impossible situation. Nev's gonna get the plant down as the C4 goes out, does not see any kills, and unfortunately this is just a sitting Mute as Paradox Black is going to get a flawless round and their first round on the board.
You heard it here first. It's not a sitting duck, it's just a sitting Mute.
Sitting Mute.
Just a sitting Mute, just prone on the floor, all on their lonesome in blue as their entire team died upstairs. Even his real friend Mute dying, not able to save Mute. So Mute and Mute, no longer a thing. Mute squared. That's why I'm gonna start calling him Mute squared. Yeah, Mute and Mute.
Sad story.
Sad story. But what's a good story, at least in the side of Paradox, is they finally found their first round. They're on the attacking side of Clubhouse, which, yes, is a little bit harder, one could say. But they're getting around, and that's huge. It's huge to get around, get some of that momentum back, and with this long pause that's been going on, Homeland's really got to pick it back up where they left off from. If not, it might just end up costing them this game. Of course, it's only 1 round next, but think about the momentum that's been lost by Homeland. They need to try to transition back to where they were and be back on that same pace.
And 1 round can do a lot. You just get a little bit of motivation, you get a little bit of power underneath you, and it can change an entire match, to be honest with you. But we are going to see what looks like kind of the same attacking lineup here. We do have the IQ and stuff as well. I really do think Wumbo's bringing the IQ specifically because of the gun. I really do, because now he's opted for the soft breach charges versus the claymores, which can be useful, opens up great lines of sights, areas to push, stuff like that, but I do feel like the IQ, crutch is kind of on that gun. But we do see some very interesting choices on the side of Homeland, as we are going to have the Frost. I love Frost on Clubhouse specifically because you can trap so many people, and nothing is more aggravating than jumping in a window and just getting snapped by a bear trap.
I actually don't mind the IQ pick here. You see the gadget being utilized to spot that C4 pre-placed on the ground looking to find a victim. But since Paradox are well aware of this C4 due to the bringing of the IQ, they're able to take it out hopefully very quickly and successfully as you see Soka make their way downstairs. Able to knock out that Nitro Cell, no longer a threat. That's utility gone, and really well done by Paradox, but they need to start making their way inside. You see a couple depth charge leads getting thrown by Soka, but finds nobody. However, Kinger finds a nade of their own, the Sledge, able to find a frag, and that cuts down Mute, the Valkyrie. Their C4 was already gone, their black eye cams are on the map, sure, but that's an important operator to go down. Mute's really been performing pretty well this game. Some good plays done by them, no longer going to be a factor in this round, Nix.
No, and we are moving into a little bit over half of the round done. Time's running out here. We hope getting obviously our first kill, which is going to be the Mute, or is going to be Mute. I keep seeing Mute, and I think Mute. Which honestly, he hasn't had really any kills on the board, so he's not that, it's not that critical that you lose somebody like him, but we are going to see literally less than a minute and not a single player is on site. Agnon and the forces of Homeland are going to start taking their picks as we're slowly evening things up. We have 3v3, 46 seconds. I'm really not sure how this is going to play out because this is so even at this point.
This attack is really starting to break down right now. They tried to force their way into cash, but not able to find anything. But as soon as I say it's breaking down, all of a sudden it comes back. Each player on their own, find their own frag, their own person. I got you, and Ace got Mute. That's the end of that round. I mean, really well done by Paradox just to find those last couple remaining players, and everyone just won their one. And if everyone wins their one for Paradox, they're going to continue to start to mount this comeback and find their way back in. They've currently found themselves down a 2-4 split now against Homeland Academy. Much, much better off than what we saw before the rehost.
Yes, a 4-2 split is an ideal situation for a comeback specifically. So we are going to see things flip-flop. We're going to send our Homeland onto the attack, and we're going to see if Paradox is a defensive team. Now, let's go ahead and point out, Nev is going to be bringing the Echo. A lot of people underestimate how powerful an Echo can be.
I got really excited because we're on bar. I kind of lost a little bit of focus because the last one was crazy, and so I turned back to my monitor and I was like, bar? Oh, hell yeah. I love watching this site because it's always crazy what happens. I don't think that Homeland's really ready for the site. You saw the Capital being brought. You saw the Maverick. That's more for a CC take. That's what they were expecting. But instead, now they're switching to the Buck, the Nomad. You're going to see a top 4 clear most likely with those operator choices being directed. More likely than not, CC over to Cash, to Bedroom, and trying to take down into the bar area. And I'm curious to see how both sides are going to react to how each other play this bomb site that we don't see a lot.
Yeah, we are seeing pretty much textbooks not really textbook, but a textbook extension is what I'm trying to go with that, is where we're seeing Paradox Black actually extend out their hold. Oh my goodness, Kinger, why are you fighting that? Kinger almost goes down. He's literally essentially 5 HP in a dream at this point. That was not a smart move whatsoever. Throwing bodies at the opponent is never a smart idea. But back to the point, we do see this beautiful extension where you're essentially making the attackers think that there are people, operators holding positions that they aren't in. It's a beautiful thing about using the prismas from Alibi. It's a beautiful tactic here, but I think we're gonna see some insane gameplay here now that we've switched sides.
I like the hold on the side of Paradox. They're doing a basic construction hold where they reinforce the wall. They got some ADSs behind the pallets. They're trying to hold a shield that's on the bedroom door. You usually see this for a gym bedroom site, but instead they're constructing this to be a bar hold. And I think that's really nice because that just gives them the freedom to leave. They can just fall out of the bomb site or the upstairs floor entirely and just fall back to the bomb site. What you're starting to kind of see now, you see Wumbo go downstairs, maybe trying to play some late C4 play. Soka gonna find their way into the basement, maybe a late flank up blue, maybe to go to red, construction. Who knows what's gonna happen as long as Fistify keeps those air jabs down though. That flank watch is gonna be locked up tight.
Yeah, and I think Homeland finally figured out what was going on, as we do see quite a few of their players starting to rotate. Once again, we're kind of getting down to the wire when it comes to what's going to happen. We're going to see Fistify potentially. Oh my goodness, I thought we were going to see a swing and potentially 2 players killed, but no, they knew exactly where they were, where that alibi was hanging out. But remember that Echo is on the board. That plant could potentially go down, but it could be denied by those sonic pulses coming out from the Echo drones.
There's great droning and intel, and there's only about 40 seconds left for Homeland to make their final strut into the site. Currently, great angles being held off by Paradox. They're split across the bomb site, all in these different areas. You can see a player on Homeland try to flank around that pool table area. But right now, Paradox have this site locked down. They don't want Homeland to get into their home territory, but they're starting to get boxed in a little too tight. Mute with a kill, Lucas with a kill, Wumbo trying to respond, but Kinger, who's on 5 HP, not trying to fight anyone. The diffuser goes down though, nearly shut down, but Harbor able to find the last player. I mean, almost just so tight of a round. Nearly well done by Paradox, but Homeland exploded in the site at the last couple seconds of the round. Just enough time to make sure that if that diffuser does go down, they can go out and frag out, and that's exactly what they did. They had a beautiful bar attack, and Paradox are looking to change it back up and go back to a different bomb site.
I mean, let's just go ahead and give credit where credit's due here. Paradox Black came up with an amazing strat that I don't think any of us have seen before, by extending that far and confusing your opponent, because I don't know if they just kind of guessed where site was just based off of a setup, or like just little telltale signs of where certain utility was going down, or if they fully droned out and actually got the ping that stated that they knew where site was. Most teams go as far as getting that confirmation ping, but I'm just saying that was a beautiful strat. That is, I like it when we're able to see things that haven't been done before, because even just looking at the Twitch chat, as you know, things are playing out, like, oh my goodness, like, even they were confused. They're like, wait, what, bar? Question mark?
Yeah, everyone going crazy, like, why are they going bar? What are these strats that they have built out? And now look, we're on a basement attack, basement defense rather, but guess what? There's an upstairs extension into the strip club area, into a bar. There's castles. The moto hatch has been pre-opened. That means Paradox is going for these long extended roams, but doesn't matter. Nev able to get a kill, but a quick rush. Mute is already so deep. The quick rush is coming through, and it might stop them, but no. There's someone in church to shut it down, but is there? Wumbo able to come back on the collapse. A great read by the side of Paradox. They shut down this rush. Fizzify, the lone player, last alive. There's still 2 minutes in the round left, but his entire team has fallen only for 1 frag. Now, Fizzify just leaving. Doesn't want any a part of this. They're probably just going to take the time, talk it out, maybe try to get a couple kills, but it's over. I mean, this round is done. This is just not a winnable round for the side of Homeland.
Yeah, no, they're 100%. They're taking the 2 minutes, because that's a whole minute longer than you would get for a normal tactical timeout. This is absolutely insane. I was not expecting to see things go down like this. Not right when you think that things are going to go one way, they go a completely opposite. And I just, at this point, there's really no coming back from it.
Well, as long as Paradox just kind of does their little happy dances in the bomb site and just kind of plays around and doesn't get anything too aggressive and too cocky where they're trying to peek outside, yeah, we're going to just see them slowly whittle out time and win this round. Fizzify, a lot of times just sit here talking out. Maybe if they find a frag or two, they might be able to turn this into a round win, but really, there's just no chances. No, not enough utility. All the defenders are back in sight practically, and they look pretty calm and collected and just kind of sitting there holding their angles. I'd like to see them get together and maybe huddle around the campfire, sing their song or whatever they're going to do. But who knows?
I mean, honestly, though, let's talk about the elephant in the room. We all know everybody's going to have an issue with this. The Nomad. Was the Nomad an appropriate pick here? I personally don't think so.
Oh,
And ooh, hello, Fistify. So now it's a 2v1 now. 48 seconds. You could potentially frag out here, buddy, but honestly, you're gonna walk in there and you're essentially walking into a death trap. You've got multiple operators that are gonna be just holding those angles and
oh.
oh, how did you get that? You were full white. That was luck. That was luck and a half right there. So it's a 2v1. This actually is kind of doable at this point. It comes down to accuracy, and unfortunately, Fistify stuck his head a little too far out into that doorway and got booped.
Well, Fizzify
And
forgot to hold the right mouse button, which allows you to aim in. They might have been able to actually make something come out of that, but instead, Paradox did a really good job of being disciplined, holding back, not throwing all of their bodies at that final player. And the Malusi Wub ended up just kind of stopping that push for the Nomad. 1v4 is a dream for everyone, but just not a dream to be done today. However, Paradox looking really strong after maybe a poor basement defense, or a poor bar defense rather, looking really strong on the basement defense, and now finding their way back upstairs here to defend Gym Bender.
I'm kind of excited to see how they're going to be doing their setup for this. Do you think I have a feeling that they may keep it a little bit more default here, but I do also feel like there's going to be something that's going to trip Homeland Academy up, because that is the one thing that is really their strength right now, is the ability to not only trip up their opponent and basically making them think that there's going to be a certain hold or a certain thing done, or honestly, they just do unconventional things that people don't expect, and that is the beautiful thing with Siege.
They seem to be kind of regurgitating the same defense that we saw Homeland performing, where they extend over here onto the CC side, and get some mute jammers going on. And we're going to start to see kind of the same sort of take by Homeland. They're going to open up the CC wall. A couple shots to ring out. Nothing comes of it. More of just to kind of scare someone off. Maybe make sure a little bit of extra droning goes through. Lucas finding their way in now. A little bit of a risky run. I'm not sure what he's looking for. Maybe mute jammer on the floor. And that seems to be what they've spotted out.
Oh, and he's fighting with that mute jammer, that's for sure. Honestly, a piece of utility isn't that important. Not as important as your life. And Wumbo is going to take down Lucas, as we are going to see right afterwards, Mute is going to take out Cal with a beautifully placed grenade. And don't get your teammate. That could have been a bad thing. But yes, I think we're possibly going to see another Homeland round here, as things are slowly going to start playing out. Mute's got a double on the board so far, and things are just going to honestly start playing out in the last minute and 30 seconds into the round.
Mute was able to take down the player lurking down below, but does it matter? Wumbo has a response. Same with Soka, both able to find a frag of their own. The diffuser's gone down at the top of the stairs. The call-out doesn't come through. Wumbo able to find the player at the top of the red stairs, and Mute is left all on their lonesome, down in a 1v3. It seems to just keep happening, where Homeland just lose all of their bodies, leaving their players in these hero scenarios, a 1v3. Again, going through Mute, you better watch your feet. What if there's a frostbite on those main stairs? No care, no fear. Great crossfire is being held by Homeland, as Mute's going to swing out, doesn't check the corner because he has no idea where these defenders are. Homeland is going to go into this next round with a tactical timeout because they need to figure out something quick.
So I'm gonna go ahead and say I think I semi-predicted something again. We are seeing Paradox be a defensive team. So I think honestly at this point, probably their strength here is the fact that they're able to do such unique things that's just essentially causing disruption. It's causing everybody not to be able to really function and figure out what's going on. We're seeing some incredible plays, like Klimpse can back me up on this. We literally have our producer in our ear, like in total disbelief of what's going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy things going on right now. I mean, I don't even know. Like, there's some crazy things and crazy miscommunications right now that Homeland need to tighten down. They need to lock that up, because right now it's not working for them. It's not looking good, Nick. How do you not call out that the castle that killed you is going to red stairs, or in that area, or wherever you died? That's one of the big things that I see a lot of newer teams make the mistake, is that they don't make the call out right away. They they say, "Oh, I died, dang, whatever," right? Like, "Oh shoot, I'm dead," instead of, "Hey, red stairs," right? Or, "Hey, in cash, going red." Right? Quick callouts are what's really needed and what elevates a team from being a lower level team to become a top tier level team because you get that information out immediately. Go complain later, get the info that your teammates need out immediately. That could have been a Homeland round, but instead was thrown due to some miscommunications.
Yeah, and that's actually a trait. You were just talking about a trait that's very hard to develop. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to be able to kind of take away that instinctual, essentially like want to be like, oh crap, or where, making those calls that we've all done in ranked at some point because we're confused where the shot came from. Honestly, it doesn't matter. Like if you go down in armory, you need to just say, hey, shot, don't know, armory. So that way at least they know where your body lies and they know not to make the same mistake. That's like we saw in the previous match that we watched with Cafe. When you have multiple people dropping red hatch, you're essentially creating a death trap for your team.
We're back to the bar defense, Knicks, and this is where I want to see if Paradox makes the right adjustments to defend the site properly. I think they gave ground a little bit too fast, and they kind of had the bedroom control still and could have just used that to help hold the last attackers out of the bomb site. But instead, they gave that all up and they all ended up playing in kind of the same spots of bar, which they were slowly whittled out, not able to win their crossfires. And on the side of Homeland, I thought they did a really good job of making sure they got the control they needed, forcing the defenders back, and then executing on the bomb site. And they need to do that again. They're going to take this tack timeout, hopefully, and transfer that into a round win for themselves to get themselves back on track.
If you really want to go there, they technically have had the opportunity to have 2 tactical timeouts. One obviously being unofficial because they went down pretty early in that one round and tried to save life, but Salka, taking some damage there. What we're going to see essentially here, we're going to see Homeland attempt to bring things back. They are 2 rounds away from a win tonight, and the most important thing is slow down, think methodical. You know these rushes, there's nothing you can do when you start rushing because that's when Paradox Black has your number and has the ability to essentially shut you down. Keep your numbers up as long as possible, and that's going to be what gives you the wins here.
Great utility usage coming down. They're starting to whittle out this upstairs defensive extension. The shield goes down in that master doorway of construction, and that's starting to force these defenders back. Look at how far Solka is now from playing in the middle of master and even in construction, all the way back into the bathroom. Nev takes a lot of damage and ends up actually falling to the Zofia, who's over in that bar door area, and ends up getting a huge pick because that plant denial is no longer available.
Hopefully he's got his cameras up and his yokai drones up in good areas that can provide great intel to his team, because if not, that is essentially wasted utility at this point. But we're going to see slow, methodical pushes coming out of the side from Homeland Academy because they want to make sure that they maintain as many numbers as they can. It's just as I'm saying that, Mute goes down, but Harbor is going to even up the numbers on the board. Plant from Agnon going down. Are we going to see it stuck? Yes, we are. 43 seconds now left in the round. Things are going to start heating up. Wumbo is going to take out Agnon, so that is your planter down, but Diffuser's already activated, so all we have to do is protect that Diffuser. Wumbo, unfortunately, gets taken out by Harbor. Perfect angles are being held here on the side of Homeland. Are we going to see things get turned around? I don't think so. PDX is going to have to go ahead and start sticking this Diffuse attempts, but Harbor is going to have a triple kill, and Homeland finally figured it out. They knew exactly what they needed to do and brought it back. We are now officially on match point.
Fortunately, losing that plant denial early seemed to have really shut down PDX's defense. Homeland, on the other end, getting the ground that they needed, getting in and planting quick. It was almost unexpected on the side of Paradox. They had no clue that the bomb was actually going down. They weren't able to collapse fast enough. Yes, the Jaeger got the pick under the coverage, but guess what? That planter kept holding that F key, the most crucial button in this game, Knicks, and they were able to do it amazingly and got that bomb down, put it in a great position. That hatch coverage was beautifully done. The other player getting outside by that chains area, the kitchen window, extending the 2 attackers to where basically the defense had no clue where they were actually getting shot from, and that was a great job. Beautiful post plant played out by the side of Homeland.
We see Cal roaming here around with the vigil. Every time I see a player go into kitchen and actually reinforce that hatch, I remember a while ago, I want to say it was Genesis Season 2. Coastal Gaming actually used to do this really sneaky thing where they'd put a vigil up there and actually sit him on the hatch. So if anybody jumped in through kitchen, he literally would just boss G him.
Just kill
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, it was pretty nasty, and that's honestly we're seeing just as nasty plays coming out from Paradox Black, because when you're able to take a map like Clubhouse, one that is very similar to Oregon, it's been stratted to death, it's been played to death, it's been scrimmed to death. Like it's just essentially a dead map at this point. You can't really do too much more with it. And see a team come out and actually create something new, it is quite a treat.
Yeah, they're definitely making it different, a different map, a different playing field. And Homeland's been settling pretty good on this new playing field. Maybe something that they're not as used to. Not the default type of clubhouse that everyone's used to playing night and day where you're attacking CC. They haven't even attacked it once yet. But Homeland is looking to now find their way to the basement attack. They're starting with a top-down clear. Does a lot of damage on the Cal already. But this SSG-style roam and extension up to the middle floor is going to be the problem. That's where Homeland's really going to have to work out these last defenders. But look at the droning coming through. I want to compliment Homeland on their drones. Really great job finding even Wumbo, the top frag, current best performer for Paradox, falls down. And right now, that's just putting them in an even deeper hole.
Oh, Salka takes out Lucas. The patience played off for him, just kind of being, just sitting there knowing where essentially his opponent was. But we're going to see Harbor. Oh, that was such a close attempt at getting that roaming vigil. But luckily he gets back down to where he's needing to go. This is where we're going to see once again, Homeland's going to have to play this slow, methodical, don't rush it. I know this is the last round, but we almost saw 2 people go down to a C4, and I was going to lose my mind if that happened.
Well, there's still a lot of intel on the side of Homeland. They're going to be able to start to find these last couple defenders. Where are they hiding out? You got one in blue, you got one on the church triple wall, and this defense is really set up well, but King are able to find a frag on the mute. Not quite sure where they were able to do that. It actually looks like maybe in Dirt Tunnel, which is a lot of control that's been given up now, because that was your flank. That was your late round flank that was supposed to be annoying, cause a problem for the defense. There's great flank drones set out, sure, but not a lot of intel left. Cal steps out just a little bit too far into the hallway and actually ends up giving up their own life. And with only 30 seconds left, Homeland is looking to start to make their way into the bomb site. They need to clear out these last couple defenders, find them out, which is what this blast drone is doing, so that they can plan their execute.
Now, what we have to be careful of is we have Nev, we have the Capcan, we have his traps that are possibly going to be on these doorways. So they have to be careful. Harbor's going to come out with this double kill, and Fistify is going to take down that Capcan, but he has to be careful. We don't know if there's any of those last-minute kills. Salka is going to get a kill, but immediately is refragged by Harbor, giving Homeland Academy the win that they needed to take the match for tonight. This is going to be 7-4. Congratulations, Homeland Academy.
Homeland did a great job, honestly, Nick. So not a lot to really talk about negative-wise. They had great flank drones, great intel, a great plan for all of the rounds. That late Dirt player to come through, take out the Capcan who was sitting on box 2, win their fight in Dirt. That Dirt player made the round. I believe that was Lucas making their way through. And overall, just a great job by the side of Homeland. They did a great job of finding out what they needed and just getting that control that they needed. Honestly, not much to really say against them. I think they did a good job playing against a team that plays more unorthodox strats, such as Paradox Black, and they were able to figure out and just best Paradox Black today.
Yes, and I do, once again, I said it before, you got to give credit where credit's due. We saw a brand new clubhouse tonight. Something that I don't even think was possible. We saw some great extensions being played by Paradox Black, and if they continue to do it, it can give them a little bit of an advantage in future matches in Xenon. But at the same time, it is something so unique that if teams do decide to do their homework and do VOD reviews, it can be very easily counterable. So it's kind of a play it at your own risk situation on the side of Paradox Black.
Definitely a couple of risks coming in through what they have set up, but I'm gonna be honest, Nick, I thought there were some really good defenses. I think that they're defenses that are um modified to a way that they enjoy playing Clubhouse. And you saw that in a couple of the rounds. They really did a great job. The aggression paradox was just right, fine-tuned, but sometimes it just didn't come to be enough. They lost a little bit too much manpower, or they got a little too aggressive, or the wrong player was swinging the wrong thing. And that's what ended up costing them that game. The other and Homeland again, I just want to stress that their droning and their intelligence was amazing. They always seemed to know where Paradox was, and that made Paradox too uncomfortable and ended up costing them a lot of rounds.
Yes, and we are going to have an interview with a player from the side of Homeland Academy. But while we get them in our voice call, if you guys don't mind giving us a moment, we shall be right back.
Alrighty, guys, we're here with Lucas, one of the members of Homeland Academy, who ended up winning their game 7-4 over Paradox Black. And how you doing tonight?
Pretty good. Feeling good after a win.
Good.
Alrighty, so I actually had a very good question for you, Lucas. Um, so you guys went up against a team that had a new way of playing Clubhouse, one that we rarely have seen or really honestly seen at all. How did you take that first round that you guys played against them, the one that you lost, and adapted to it?
Uh, is that the our basement defense we lost? That one?
Hmm.
Yeah. Honestly, it was just us. We knew we invested too much on our roam that round. We called that they're coming through garage, and I tried making a play on red stairs. I just whiffed my shots on the Finka. If I killed that Finka there, I think we would have won that round. That would have made a big difference. But we just recognized wasted too much on our own there, and we started tried to play a bit more conservatively after that. We knew they would punish our aggressive plays if we try that again, so we kind of toned it down a bit after that round.
Cool. One thing to talk about the team we played against tonight, Paradox Black. Their clubhouse isn't the normal clubhouse that you see. They were doing something a little bit different. They kind of had these long extensions. They were defending bar. I mean, how often do you go against a bar as an attack? And how did you guys change your strategies to be able to attack some of these more unorthodox defenses that you don't usually see?
I'll be completely honest, that's the first time we've ever attacked bar as a team. Um, we've all done it on other teams before, but as this current team as it stands, that's our first time we've ever had to attack it against a team. We all knew what needed to be done. We knew we needed to make sure no one was in con and that we could just plant on stock. We know that site isn't very good. CC might be getting worse, but it's still better than bar. So we were pretty comfortable on that attack. We weren't too phased by it. So yeah, it was just on a site that we had to attack. It wasn't really anything too crazy, honestly.
So my last question for you for the night, as far as what you guys are going to be doing kind of moving forward through season 3, are you guys going to be continuing to kind of playing the same strats? Are you guys going to be kind of adapting to things a little bit more since you did kind of meet that very unique gameplay that you guys played against tonight?
Yeah, as a team, we're always monitoring like pro league teams and our scrims to see what adaptations we can make to our strats. So our strats are always changing. We run new ones pretty much every scrim, basically. We make small tweaks or we just come up with a whole new one entirely to keep us on our toes and keep the other team on their toes. Um, yeah, going forward, one of the things we need to work on, I think, is our comms. Like we're always like giving the comms, but like just playing off each other better and giving each other the info that we need to make plays off of each other. That's one of the things we need most to work on, I think. So going forward, that's what we'll be looking to do in scrims and hopefully come up with another win next week.
Good. Yeah, I made a little bit of a comment about that. Where one of you guys died on like top red stairs or something like that, or to a castle that was in cash or ran to top red or something like
Yeah,
that. It was
yeah.
like Homeland didn't communicate that to each other, and that ended up kind of
Yeah.
tossing a little bit of a round. So,
Yeah, that
definitely
gym
something
attack
that
was
you guys could probably look at, and it's good that you guys are already self-aware of that. Any last shout outs you want to do? Shout out your teammates, your org, anything there?
Yeah, I mean everyone that's been supporting us, my teammates are great. I didn't play my best that game. So teammates picked it up. Mute and Fissy and Harbor, they're clutch players. They pulled out a few of our defensive rounds that honestly the other team should have won. But yeah, I love my team. Org's great. Thanks everyone for supporting us, and hopefully we win again next week.
Cool. Well, Lucas, thanks for hanging out and chilling with us for a couple minutes. We'll just bug your brain about a couple things. That's gonna be it for us tonight for Xenon. Thanks to Spencer observing and Andrew, our lovely producer, hanging out. Nick's co-casting with me, and I'm Klimpse. And that's gonna be it for us tonight. I believe we're back Sunday with another game.
Have a good night, guys.
off.